Hello, and welcome, my fellow adventurers, to Ys Origin.
Jadis, il avait un grand pays légendaire.
So, Ys Origin, what is it, and how will this video be formatted? As explained in my Ys 1 and 2 videos, this game is the prequel to Ys 1 and 2, and technically the rest of the series, but it only really plays a major role in the aforementioned games. Gameplay-wise, Origin uses the Nefishtim engine, which is a massive step up from the bump combat, but it will always be there for those of us who need a fix. The combat aspect of Nefishtim games focuses heavily on fast-paced action, with abilities that each have their own role, pros, cons, and sometimes interact with the world for some puzzles. There are also a lot of hidden Discord tags in this game, but personally, I only really make use of the guard points of a skill. We will get in a little bit. Also, this video is a bit cropped at the beginning of the game. I apologize for that oversight. Uh, it took over the setting that I had for a different source and applied it to the game. It will get fixed in a bit. I apologize. As for the format of this video, I'll be getting all achievements, and that's a massive battle in Ys Origin. You will be seeing the most important gameplay and lore bits of the first two characters, namely Yunica and Hugo, and then probably more than just the important bits of the third character due to his route being the canon one. You unlock him after having done one playthrough as either Yunica or Hugo. All 3 of these first playthroughs will be done on Nightmare, since most people will need help here, and also this will grant us the biggest chunk of achievements, considering the beating the game on X difficulty 1 stack. After the first 3 Nightmare playthroughs, we will once again have to go through the game on very easy, with each character again to clean up certain achievements and get ones that are impossible on Nightmare mode. And no, I'm not talking about the bosses you are supposed to lose against but can win, rather I'm talking about things like getting all the blessings for every character and doing a playthrough with the EX version. Technically, you could do this, you could instead do a run on each difficulty except Nightmare, but first off, that's insane. Also, you have to do the boss rush on Nightmare sooner or later anyways, so when going for all achievements, one can't escape the terrible dream. This will, however, be done after we do the arena stuff, but before boss rush. I have to do some testing on that one. I don't even know if I'll show the arena stuff. This video might be too long. Anyways, unfortunately, we will have to do Nightmare on each difficulty with each character and their respective versions. Like I said, this game's 100% is an insane achievement. After each, let's call it milestone in the video, I'll give an overview of the achievements you should have unlocked at this point, or the progress you should be at. Ignore the pop-ups in the video. I did use the launcher, like the actual in-game launcher, to reset all my progress, and Steam Achievement Manager to delete all of my achievements. But for some reason the game remembered my old progress. That's why I clarify what progress you should be at. Also, during and after the Nightmare playthrough, a lore update and character update will be provided in case you are watching this on the second monitor and can't be bothered to read the text on screen. That should mostly cover the prerequisite stuff, so on screen, Yunica's playthrough should already be playing. As for missables, there are 2 enemy entries that might be missable. There are conflicting opinions on this. Some say they got it during the arena runs, while others say they had to do it during a story playthrough. So I just decided to get this out of the way on the first playthrough, that way we won't have to worry about that anymore. Also, you can really use the XP on Nightmare. The progress on nodes is saved after each kill, so even if you keep on dying, you will get more nodes. This also carries over to all characters and different save files, so I want to reiterate, you don't have to do this in one playthrough. I just decided to do this because I'm forgetful. The character-specific missables will be mentioned and emphasized, but I'm not sure yet whether to do this on very easy or Nightmare. Also, in case you just want like a written guide, I will link 3 different guides that you can refer to. Those are not made by me. I will just link them in case you just want to have those instead of my video. As we enter Dam Tower, we see 3 humans named Chion, Dino, and Eolia being attacked by demons. So Apprentice Knight Yunica offers her help, and this serves as the combat tutorial. You have access to a quick combo jump slash, lunge attack, up thrust and down thrust. As Yunica, these are all dependent on your movement. You also have a boost mode that will massively increase your stats and halve all the damage you take. After taking care of the rubble, Yunica introduces herself as the daughter of Tova, Saul Tova, one of the two Knights of Ys who decided to stay on the ground when the demons invaded, instead of going up with Solomon's Shrine. He did this in order to buy time for the priests and winged twins to ascend Ys into the sky. We also learned that Yunica has zero aptitude for magic. Yunica is supposed to wait at the bottom of the base for the rest of the group to arrive, but after some pleading to only scout the immediate area, Shion, the head priest of Solomon's Shrine, important to note, he isn't above the 6th priest, I told you this would get confusing, but he's also not even one of the 6 houses. He's just below them in rank, but on par in abilities. Allows us to scout the vicinity and hands us a crystal so that we can save and teleport throughout the tower and receive blessings from the twin statues. We also receive a Lila shell from Aeolia for us to be able to stay in contact. We find our first artifact of ease, the Cerulean Flabellum. This grants us the wind skill, and in Unica's case it's quite literally a whirlwind. You spin and blades of wind surround you, cutting and tearing all in its path. This also acts as a movement ability by shooting you a bit forward and slowing descent. She's also very happy since this is the closest thing to magic she will ever be able to use. After a while, we enter a room that is familiar to all of those who played Ease 1, but this time, there's no Dogi around to save us. But maybe there is a Blood of Gemma member around. We find a road of root. We get our first emerald, which basically just levels up your magic, so now with the first gem you can charge it. Sometimes you even get additional properties. We get the Blue Moon Crest, which will be needed to progress with the story. And we meet our first rule. The Sacred Beasts of Yore. Speaking of rules, you will need to feed all of the rules with all 3 characters. As I mentioned in the preamble, my achievement stuff got messed up, so ignore the pop-ups, right? But this is the first rule you will meet. And it's not just for the achievement, they give you like insanely good stuff to progress. Some players won't even be able to progress without getting the loot from the rules, so always make sure to feed them. And yeah, you also get an achievement for doing it. So this rule gives us some Claria ore and actually immediately infuses it into our weapon, which gives it a level up. And as you know in Ease, every level up, and that also applies to gear, is very, very, very important. It makes a massive amount of difference. So before we head into our first boss fight, make sure you're around level 6, so 6 or 7. It depends. Make sure to upgrade your armor at the statue, and that will also give you the achievement to excuse me, get your first blessing. With Yunica, I would actually recommend being at level 7 for this boss, but you can do it at 6. Theoretically, you can do it at 5, but if you're playing on Nightmare, just don't torture yourself. Like, it's better to spend 3 to 5 minutes at this point in the game, right, to level up once than it is to try the boss for half an hour. So, we meet 2 people that we have met before, and they talk about a sorcerer that escaped. Yunica talks very politely to them, because, you know, she assumes she only knows people from East. And the girl is very rude to us, and the guy asked us about the sorcerer. But once he hears our name, he kinda not takes a step back, but he's interested. Let's phrase it like that. And the way they speak, it also seems like they're not from East or Asteria as a whole. And they mentioned that their orders are actually to capture the goddesses and kill anyone that interferes. The girl decides to summon a demon, and it is our old friend Vegulion, the bad boss from East 1. So yeah, this is Dam Tower, right? You will be fighting a lot of bosses, like the 6 demons that attacked East in the past. So even before this point, East got attacked. Any tips for this fight is Yunica. Always keep moving. I don't know if it's intended or a bug, but you actually don't want to be too close when he reforms, because sometimes he just decides to attack you if you don't wait. So wait until he reforms, but stay close enough so you can get in. Get off 2 combos and then use your wind skill to dodge. So 1 combo, 2nd combo, wind skill. And that's it. Just keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. And with Yunica especially, it's very important for a lot of the boss fights to be patient. It sucks. It does suck. But you just have to be careful, right? So get in what you can. So right now, boom, 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 get out. And as you also saw, once he's around half health, it's actually a little bit less, but I don't know the exact breakpoint, but just think of it like half. He actually splits into 2. And they do share the health bar. So you can focus on dodging and only go in when you think it's safe. But you also have to deal with 2 attacks now. So, yeah. That's why I said it can be a good idea to just get 1 level, because I would probably be dead at this point. Like, I have 20 HP left. If I was 1 level lower, remember your defense also gets boosted, I would probably be dead. And that's the first boss for Yunica. And when it comes to the lore, or like the actual timeline, I'll fix it up later. After defeating our first boss, we can pick up the bronze key to open the locked door from earlier, and the Mask of Eyes, which allows us to see hidden secrets, but in turn you can't see enemies. So this is the door that you can now open. And in this room you will have to... Wait, you don't... No, as Yunica you don't actually have to defeat them. And you don't even have to search for the wall. I just show it off here, like simulating a first time playing, right? But there's this mark on the wall. It looks like a red swirly thingy. There you go. You see that mark? Whenever you see that mark, equip your Mask of Eyes, and that's it. There's like, I think if I remember correctly, it's 3 points in the game where you don't even have to make use of the mask. It's just very beneficial to do so. But yeah, there is someone in front of us, but we can't see us because obviously we have the mask on. So now we get introduced to Rico Gemma. Yeah, he is the ancestor of Luther. I will do a proper... How do I explain this? And yeah, the same thing happens to him as is the progeny. He also gets nicked in the leg. It's just it's cute that they pay a lot of homage to Ease 1. Yeah, I'm gonna do like a proper lore thingy at the end. I think I'm gonna do it like way at the end, so after the third playthrough. Showcasing the characters, the development, and the like the ancestor and progeny correlation thingy. We received a blue necklace, which will help us, remember, to the trap that sucked us in and teleported us away. If you equip this necklace, excuse me, it will protect you from those sort of traps. So go back and equip the necklace. At this point, I just show the enemies that you can have by this point, but that's unnecessary. There's only 2 enemies that are missable. Um, I have video footage. I will explain it in more detail, but you can ignore that part. Like, you don't have to fill it out now, right? It's fine. With the 4 demons taken care of, the barrier dispels, and we can move forward. But before that, we get stopped and introduced to Roy and Ramona. 2 actual knights, because remember, we're at this point only apprentice knights. And they scold us for actually moving ahead and not waiting for the whole party. Yunica tries to defend herself. And this Roy fella seems to know Yunica pretty damn well. They tell us to head back to base immediately. But we decide to explore just a little bit more. Just a little bit. Schlittle bit. We get our first boot piece or leg piece. Make sure to equip them. They don't automatically equip. So always make sure once you get a new piece of gear to actually equip it. And don't worry, in case you're wondering, I'm not gonna show like the whole, like every single piece of thing like I'm doing right now. This is specifically for Yunica because she is the first playthrough. And after that, I'm just showing the important bits. Or relevant, I should say. Beautiful scenery. So in this room, I forgot to show it. There are 4, I think, red glowing bats, and once you defeat them, you unlock the statue. And if you die, no worries, you retry in the room. You don't get sent back to your last save. In rooms like these, you actually can retry the room. So much for no crazy demons or interlopers, eh? Oh, sorry, by the way. The bat isn't actually one of the demons that attacked East. My bad, I forgot. He attacked the village in East 1. Asteria, he destroyed it in one night. He didn't attack East. The 6 actual demons, this is Belagunda. You actually fought him in East 2, not East 1. It's the guy, your first boss, you know, the one that shot like blue magic from his eyes? Yeah, this is him. He gotta glow up, that's for damn sure. So this fight, as you can see, you jump over the poison, you hit his bottom mouth, you climb up and hit his brain. After the first phase, well, I say phase, after the first time, he spits out these small maggots. Make sure to kill them. If you don't, when he does his Saki Saki move, there you go, that's the Saki Saki move, he actually regens a lot of health. So your first priority is always to defeat the little maggots. Well, okay, your first priority is obviously to not get hit. Then it's the maggots. Alright? Very, very important. Otherwise, like, I'm not joking, your whole progress will be reset. He heals for an insane amount of health. The laser attack, as Yunica, you can literally just run away. In case you think you're in trouble, just whirlwind, but you can just run. Same with the Saki Saki, you can just run. And yeah. That was a bit, you can do that, what I just did. If you think he's close to getting staggered, feel free to just keep attacking his mouth. But don't just do it, right? Only do it when you think he's about to get staggered. Yeah, here you can see me actually focus on the maggots instead of dealing damage, because I don't want to start from scratch again. I think right there I could have hit his mouth, but I decided against it. Yeah, good idea. And there you go. That's Valagunda! In the flooded prison, make sure to head left first in order to get the silver bracelet, which finally allows us to run. They call it dash, but it's just running. Also make sure in the settings there's an option called, I think, always dash once able. Just turn that off. There's no reason to ever not run. And before you say, well, there's like some boss mechanics where you need to dodge in a certain rhythm, right? I was still able to do it with the dash. Like, you just go tap, tap, tap. It's fine. Just turn it on. Trust me, turn it on. Right here, I actually decide to show off one of those rooms where you have to defeat the enemies to unlock the demon statue, or save statue, twin statue, whatever you want to call it. But yeah. We actually don't go up for now. We go to the right in order to pick up the emerald. We can't continue further in this area, but you just want to get the free upgrade to your magic or skill, because, you know, obviously. As always, if you have new gear, make sure to upgrade it as soon as you can. And at this point, you can actually TP back to base in order to get some free SP, which is the currency for upgrading stuff, from Rico. Yeah, so if you are missing a little bit to upgrade your gear, just talk to Rico. So, we meet the girl from earlier again. She name drops Kishka, and she's also as rude as ever. And she wants to fight us. She's very rude in Unica's route. And we learned that her name is Epona. So, for this fight, you have like one window to attack on Nightmare. And that's when she does that attack. If there's enough space, just run away from it and then hit her. If not, it's kind of funky, but like you saw there, jump and whirlwind to the side. It's iffy. It's iffy. But that's... Nah, I even got hit there. But that's honestly the only way I can consistently beat Epona on Nightmare. So focus on dodging. And yeah, see, I try to get funky there and I get hit. It's a very hard fight. It's a very, very hard fight. Especially if you're like me and you kinda refuse to level a lot of the times. Sometimes I did level up, but most of the time I didn't. Just level. But yeah, that's honestly it for this fight. Like, just focus on dodging. And after that attack, get your own hits in. You can get aggressive. Like I said, I have a different playstyle. Like, I will leave 3 different guides in the description. But I honestly have a way different style of playing. So the strategies that I personally use are very different. So if you don't like what you're seeing, refer to the guides that will be in the description. Maybe those are more to your taste. Because I get it. I play peculiar. Let's just phrase it like that. with enough patience, Epona does eventually go down. And since we beat her, she will remember our name. And one thing to note here is, she doesn't really care about the name Tova, but she's only just like Yunica, huh? Weird name. But she doesn't really pay attention to the Tova name. Whereas the man she was with, who she name dropped as Kishgal, seemed to react more to the Tova name, and not really about the Yunica part. We also learned that they're not from East, they're from the outside. We pick up the water dragon scales, which allow us to breathe for way longer underwater. Not infinite, not infinite, just for a very long time. We get contacted through the Lila shell. Commander Galleon and the sorcerers have arrived by now, and we are told to come back to base. And the game forces you to go back. You don't have a choice. And there will be a lot of lore, or more like a long conversation. And I think I'm just gonna let it play out for now. This is where you pick up the Levian Strike Hammer, which gives us our Thunder skill. In case of Yunica, she slams her axe into the ground. There's a big well, not explosion, like a beam that goes up, and this also gives you iframe. It has like a guard point if you play Monster Hunter, right? While you are attacking, the start, if you time it correctly, you have iframes. You count as invincible. So I will personally make a lot of use off of this. There's also a rotor fruit here, one screen back. Pick it up, very, very importante. And since we now have the Thunder skill, we are able to defeat shelled or armored enemies. Well, I have to rephrase that. We are able to defeat these guys at all, right? You can't hurt them otherwise. But we have a very good damage option against shelled enemies or armored enemies in general. This is also where you get the Arthropod medallion. Let's see if you can guess who the next boss is gonna be. And since it's a medallion, it's also one of the big demons that attacked Ys in the past. This is where you get a Kelketten Panacea, which raises your max HP, but I think on Nightmare it just gives you 1. I mean, that can be the difference between life and death, but, you know. Also make sure to just use them once you get them. Also tied to an achievement. We saw a glimpse of a Rue up there. And since we have a Rhoda fruit, let's make sure to give him a visit. This Rue upgrades our Thunder skill by giving us a Topaz, so now we can charge it. This place right here is actually a great spot to level up before the next boss. So in case you wanna get a couple more levels, do it right here is what I would recommend. So, class, say hello to Nightilja. Remember this guy? Yeah, he was a pushover in Ease 1, right? Not so much anymore. He can be very, very annoying. The fight isn't hard. Wait, okay, how do I explain this? The fight itself isn't hard. It's just sometimes you'll die, sometimes you won't. Just keep at it and you will win. So you have to break these platings on his back, right? And you have to break every single piece. Once every single piece is destroyed, his head will expose a core. And that will be the last piece you need to destroy. See right there? I forgot to break his tail. So that was stupid. So I would either recommend going from front to back or back to front. But I forgot to actually break the back, the tail plating, so that's a bit annoying. Yeah, as Yunica, fortunately, your Thunder skill charge can actually reach up the wall. That is not the case for a different character, but right now, that's not an issue we have to worry about. And that's about it, yeah. If you stand in front of his head, he can shoot a big laser. You can dodge it by just getting out of the way, but it's very finicky. Like, the hitbox is very weird. So, it's best just to not, like, to never be in front of his face. Also, don't worry, he will not stay in his cartwheel face the whole time. I think after 3 or 4 round trips, he will actually stop doing it. Yeah, there you can see, he stopped doing it. That's the lightning move I was referring to. And yeah, since I forgot to break his tail, this part is now gonna be very annoying. Since I could have beaten the boss right there, but I still haven't realized that the that the tail is still alive. Yeah, that's on me though. And now you can see, let's just call it his brain. And each plate, each section counts as an HP bar, right? So you do damage his whole bar. You don't have to destroy everything and only then you deal damage to him. Every single part of his body counts as a percentage of his whole HP. So we learned that Lady Fina is in fact here. And we meet the man with the claws for the first time. And he also gives us like a nice warning. So what's up with that guy? So with the red moon crest, we can place it in the altar and then continue since the barricade is now lowered and we can pass through. Right here we see the symbol again that reminds us to equip the Mask of Ice. A bridge appears. We can press the lever or button. The platform rises, so now we can actually reach the treasure chest. So make your way over there and pick up the next Roda fruit. And from here on out, I'm not gonna show like every single bit of, content. At this point, I think the video is already 1 hour long. So we'll only show like boss fights, lore stuff, important item pickups. Only the important bits from here on out. And also the footage is finally fixed. Woo, yay! If you are so inclined, right here, make a separate save. However, I recommend doing this later once we do the very easy run anyways. But if you really want to do this on Nightmare, or just test out your skills, well, after the cutscene, you'll see. We get reunited with Lady Fina for the first time. But she asks us what we are doing here. She tells us to leave this whole matter into the hands of her and Rhea. And we meet someone new from the opposition. It's a flashy woman, Zava. And she's here on Lord Dallas's order. Remember those two? And Epona and Kishgal also show up. They refer as the Clawman as a half-demon. And Kishgal gives us a good smack. He asks us if we know a man named Soltova. And yeah, that's our dad. And he says that he's the one that killed Saul. He fought our dad 3 times. The first time he was too strong, so Kishka retreated. The second they were evenly matched. And the third time he finally managed to kill or defeat him in a duel and kill him. Yunica, understandably gets very angry and decides to fight Kishka. And he says, if the blood truly runs in your veins, then you should be a fair challenge. So, you actually fight Kishgal here, and you can win. You're not going to, though. Like, if you win this fight at level 18, 19, on Nightmare against Kishgal, you are insanely cracked. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, you are supposed to lose here. The game will still continue. But there is an achievement for beating him right here. However, I do have a separate save, but I couldn't do it. And I want to get this video out. So I decided, okay, I'm gonna clean this achievement up later because I have to do another run on very easy anyways. But yeah, if you want to, keep a separate save right here. And try your hand. And I will let the rest of the cutscenes play out from here on out. So in the Devil Corridor, remember this part? As Yunica, just run through until you reach the balcony. The proper, excuse me, the proper timeline, like I said, I will do a whole lore breakdown thing at the end, after the third playthrough. But as Yunica, just run through, give the rotor through to the Rue, and he will teach you the beautiful melody. And with that melody learned, go back to the corridor, equip your silver harmonica, and play the song to get rid of the ominous music that drains your life force. As always, when you get a Claria ore, if you want to, go back to the first base, talk to Riku, and he will upgrade your weapon. We also pick up the Spirit Cape, which heals your HP while standing still. We get some new boots, also make sure to upgrade those. And this is just a small puzzle, since you have the fire skill now, you lit the torches. This is very important. These guys are the first missable enemies. So, since they got the statue, once you kill them all, they will not respawn. So only kill 1 or 2, leave the room, go back in, and there will be 3 again. Okay? So just make sure, kill 1 or 2, leave the room, come back until it's fully filled out. And then, once it's filled out, you defeat them all. Time for the next major boss, Gelaldi. He also got a big glow up from East too, didn't he? This is actually the, you know, the big head that spit out his intestines. Remember that guy? Yeah, this is him. As Yunica, you can make use of your Thunder skill because remember the guard point? With this attack, the laser, just keep stepping a little bit. Just do like stutter steps. And you should be fine. Sometimes you have to like swap platforms, like go back and forth. But yeah, the small guys, you can use your thunder skill or you can just hit him. But once they get like a halo like that above them, you can't kill them anymore, right? So be sure to decide beforehand whether you want to kill them and do it quickly or just ignore them. But I would recommend honestly killing them very quick. But yeah, this is scripted, by the way. Once you do that much damage to his actual health bar, he will regen his arms, and this happens 3 or 4 times. I can't fully remember. But you pretty much have seen the whole fight at this point. He goes through the rotation. The only difference, later on, it gets harder because the platforms get like massively destroyed, and he gains an attack where he follows you with his hand and destroys everything underneath it. So let's just watch the fight. We finally managed to find Lady Rhea, and she's carrying the Black Pearl with her. That everyone is worried and waiting for her. She mentions that we're surrounded, and we decide to protect her. However, these demons are undead and therefore won't stay down. But luckily, Rhea has the silver chimes with her that put the souls of the undead to rest. Genocres, the first boss of East 1. As Yunica, honestly, if you wanna play it super safe, equip your dead sword and just throw charged flame attacks whenever you get the opportunity. I'm way too hectic for that, so what I do often is go in and smack him. So if you wanna play it safe, either use the flame sword or thunder and just use charged attack while focusing on dodging, or run in, get off like a combo or two, and run out. That's literally all I can say. This boss is just, you know, you hit him when you can, otherwise you run away. Sometimes you will die, it just is what it is on Nightmare, right? Because you take so much damage. But sooner or later you should be able to beat him, so just keep at it. Just keep at it, honestly. He's not that deep, it's just kinda annoying, I guess. At the top of Rado's Annex, or Rado's Annex, we are greeted by the Devil Door, or Evil Door, and as you probably remember, this can only be opened by someone truly evil. Remember though, We did pick up the evil ring, but it needs to be charged. With the silver chimes though, if we go back down the stairs, there will actually be 4 new enemies, and these are the second missable enemies. So let me explain what you need to do. So I will be showing off a place where you can basically kill them over and over again, relatively safe. They do hit very hard though, and you should also do this once you're level 30. All you gotta do, because they are undead, don't equip the silver chimes, lure one of them to a certain spot and kill them over and over again until your log is fully filled out. After that, equip the silver chimes, kill them, and then the evil ring will be charged and we can finally open the door. So, just like in Ys 1, equip your blue necklace first and then the evil ring, because otherwise you are gonna meet a very bad fate. And we learn that the Black Pearl and the Claria ore are to blame for the demons. This is the first time where we actually learn that the Black Pearl is the source of magic, but with magic, demons also come. And the Claria ore, which is, uh, kind of like silver, but magical silver, and they used it with the Amalurs in order to transform it, is also to blame for that. So the prosperity of Ys, the reason why they could live so well, is also the reason why all of this is happening. It's two sides of the same coin. Alright, guess who it is? Guess who it is? You will never guess. It's Kotzklad! Remember the remember the stone? Like the red orb that was surrounded by stones and just shot them out? Yeah, that's him. He got a proper boss fight. He's actually a thing now. Yeah, this fight, you have two options. If you think your damage is high enough, just defeat the starfishes, jump on top of him, destroy his eye. If you want to play it safe, you can actually hit the body of him, and that way he will stop attacking. So if you don't hit him, you have to deal with all of his attacks, right? Until you dealt with the starfishes. The starfishes actually heal him after a while. But if you decide to attack his body, he will actually slump over and stop attacking you, giving you more freedom to do whatever it is you want to do. But yeah. As always, if you think you're struggling, or if you can't deal with the starfishes in time, just get a level up or two, honestly. This fight isn't really hard, it's just, it might take you some tries. I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh yeah, first try, there's no problem. No, it's not like that. But I honestly think that if you are struggling with this boss, it is actually just because of your level. You're just not dealing enough damage. That's most likely it, because there's no way you don't hit the starfishes, right? Like, you don't know what to do. Like, you probably know what to do, it's just that your damage is lacking. So you're probably missing out on a level. So that's all I can say, honestly. If you want to, you can use the fire attack to deal with most of his projectiles, but you can also do this with the wind skill, you can also do this with the thunder skill. Yeah, it's more or less just a movement boss and a DPS check, honestly. Like, you can even see right here, it's just... yeah, it's more or less just a DPS check. We meet the man in black. And if it's a man in black in East, it can only be one of two men. And this is, in fact, Dallas. Since Darkfact isn't even alive at this point. Well, yeah, this is Dallas. And you know what his preferred spell is, don't you? You remember? He does, in fact, turn our friends to stone. And we have to find a way to restore them and break the curse. Luckily, though, we have played East 1 and 2, so we do know what it is that we have to do. So Dino is the one who is the caretaker of the dreaming idol, but we're also missing another part that needs to go into the, what do you call it, crevice of the head. Hugo gives us the Black Pearl. Well, it's not the actual Black Pearl, but it is a mock-up uh, replica. But it should hold enough power, since Dallas used it for the ritual, for the reverse petrification spell. So, Fina blesses it, combines the two, gives it some magical power, and now we can reverse the spell. You can also get another, let's just call it cutscene with Roy. And we meet another one of the big demons that attacked Ys in the past. And it is Picadimos, the Grim Manted. I have a very... oh, I didn't... Did I not make use of that in this fight? Okay. I have a very specific tactic for this boss. You can actually just keep running to his left. I didn't show it off in this fight. But I make use of that especially with Hugo and the third character. But yeah, as Yunica, make sure to hit like the middle with your Thunder skill, because it will also hit the head, and those are two different hurt boxes, so you can hit the body and the head to deal double the damage. And my strategy is actually just keep running to his left. It's kinda funky, but he just can't hit you if you do that. Also, very, very, very annoying part about this boss, you have to be patient, okay? You have to be patient. And I will tell you why now. So, once you see those little guys at the ground, as long as there's a single little guy on the ground, he will resurrect, okay? Now, obviously, the less there are, the less he the less he heals for. But if you're playing on Nightmare, the first time he summons them, it is very, very, very unlikely that you can kill them in time. However, every time he resurrects, the minions he spits out get weaker and weaker and weaker. So as you can see here, I just get him to resurrect again. This is the second time, but that's fine. And you want to keep doing this until you can easily kill the smaller guys. So right now it's they do die, but it's not fast enough yet. It's not safe enough. So I go for another kill. So boom, kill him again. Okay, he actually survived on 1 HP. Well, that fucking sucks ass. It is what it is though. I should have just shot a fire spell here. Anyways. Okay, he goes down again. Another resurrection. It's okay though. It's fine. Just don't get too hectic. I should have shot off the different try. Anyways, it's fine. So right now, they're still not dying fast enough in my opinion. Unfortunately though, per resurrection, the boss itself doesn't get weaker, right? It's just the minions. Okay, now I think everyone is dead? No. Nah. There's still like 8 or so left. It's not worth it. I should kill the boss again. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, that's very bad. What am I doing? Yeah, I should have used my other strategy. Well, I'm gonna make use of that in time attack. Or boss rush, whatever you want to call it. No, I still don't hear the minions dying. So, kill it again. Yeah, as you can see, this boss can be very, very annoying, but just keep at it. Don't get too hectic, I guess. Okay, now they're dying quick enough. This is good. This is good. So at this point, you want to kill the little guys. So now it's at a point where I can finally finish the boss off. So remember, always focus on dodging. Your priority number 1 is to stay alive. I can see like 3 or so left. I should have jumped. Yeah, very scary, very scary. I do have a way better strategy though. You'll see it in the other playthroughs. So now I can finally kill the boss. And there you go. Yeah, don't get too overzealous. And you've got this in the bag. I believe in you. Hashtag anime comeback. Hashtag dreams come true. Hashtag sorry not sorry. So this rule gives you your last ability of the game, and that's Burst. You activate Burst by going into boost mode and pressing the button once again. As long as you have like the tiniest sliver left, you can use this. The reason why I didn't use it in Unica's playthrough is just to prep myself for a certain achievement that we'll get to later. But you can, like, you should just know, as Unica, you can use your burst. It's okay, right? The achievement where you're not allowed to use burst is in the third playthrough. So I just thought I should mention it here. I didn't use it. That was stupid of me. Feel free to use it as Unica. But yeah. So after the cutscene, where Dallas's ritual is complete, or at least the first part, and he's grabbing Solomon Shrine and is trying to ram it into the ground, because the Black Pearl is holding it up, or it's using some part of its power to hold it up, and he needs the full, or wants the full power of the Black Pearl. Therefore, Solomon Shrine has to come crashing down, so the Black Pearl gets access to its full power. Think of it like this. You are using 10%, right? You put it to the side in order to take care of something. He wants that 10% as well. He wants the Black Pearl to be at full capacity. Okay, for this Epona fight, it's the same as the last one, but she dashes twice. Okay, so focus on that. However, at a certain point in the fight, I can't remember if it's like 50% or 30%, she creates 2 clones. This is very good and very bad. This is very bad because, well, you have to deal with 3 of them, and if you get hit, it's gonna hurt a lot. This is very good because you can actually hit all 3 of them with your flame magic and deal some really, really, really good damage. That's honestly all I can say about this fight. Focus on your movement, get clean hits in once there's an opening, like after her double dash, and that's about it. This fight really isn't that complicated. The issue is that you have to stay pretty calm, and sometimes that's just, you know, not an option. So yeah, right here, once the clones are out, try to sneak in a couple of flame attacks when you can. But, way more importantly, there's a certain move she does, where she jumps away, and then all 3 opponents come at you in a row. So if you're really good with your button presses, I actually recommend staying in your wind form and only using the fire form when there's a good opening. So right now, charge the fire spell and boom, let it rip. So, now it's time for the Mirror Maze from Ease 1. Well, obviously it's different, but it's the same room in the same tower. You need the rods in order to be able to traverse through the mirrors. And this time around, so in the first playthrough, that's why this Yunica part is so long, right? I actually show you how to get through this maze and how to get the items. I made a mistake in this footage here. You should actually equip your dragon claws because it will help you during a certain phase in the boss fight. You can't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work in time attack, but for the story playthrough, equip your dragon claws. I'm gonna let the cutscene play out for now. So, the Zava fight. As Yunica, I recommend only using your Thunder skill. It deals insane amount of damage. You have the guard point so you can dodge certain hits. A fully charged one gets Zava out of the air. You just have to wait until she does this attack. Then you can get a clean hit in. If not, you can just double jump and smack her, but I prefer doing this. And once she goes into one of the heads, again, use the thunder attacks. It's the same mechanic from Ease 1, where only one head is vulnerable, and it's the one she goes into. And then you just repeat that until she's dead. It's really not that deep. As Yunica, this is pretty easy. Also, she has one move, but she didn't... I'm pretty sure she didn't do it in my Yunica run, where she drags you into the center and this massive sword comes crashing down and it deals a shit ton of damage. If that happens, like if you see purple ground, keep running. Just keep running. That's all you can do. So yeah, in Unica's route, Roy does die, so he doesn't get to marry Yunica. He also hands us the spirit necklace, which they always do this. He could get resurrected because that's what the spirit necklace does, but he does give it to us. The power of love, I guess. Uh, yeah, like again, I have to reiterate the proper timeline, like what actually happens, who actually dies and survives. I'll get to that after the third playthrough, okay? Like the lore bit will be way later. But for now, yes, very emotional scene. And there's nothing left to do but just keep pressing on. So, if you're going for the Cryptozoologist achievement, at this point, you should or you can have every single monster entry fully locked. That's why I show off here. And you should have the achievement. So, time for Kishgal the Peerless, the Battle Maniac. I, okay, there's a there's a few different ways to fight him. Um, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. In my opinion, this is the hardest fight in the game, and let me explain a little bit. So the last boss in this game, right, or the last two bosses, technically, like even I can do them hitless. It's just it takes way too long, so I prefer to play more aggressive to get it over with, right? Like me personally, I'd rather die multiple times, but my winning run, the fight is over in like 2 minutes, than do a hitless run that takes me 20 minutes, if that makes sense. So Kishgal, he has a lot of moves. He can shoot very quickly 3 rows. He can shoot 1 row. He shoots a laser up in the sky, and then after some time they come crashing down like the icicles. He has this move, which, get out of there. He can spin and then create these icicles that you can break with your fire attack. Um, this is the best window to attack him, by the way, when he shoots the thing in the sky. Uh, yeah, the dragons, what you do is you run away and then you double jump in order to not get hit. Um, but yeah, this fight is just it's insane, man. Like, I'm sorry, I don't really like read the guides and the descriptions, I guess. They give you a better, safer way to do this. My way is to just be super aggressive. Because I can't, man. This boss is... And you also have to remember, I show you the winning run, right? I did 3 nightmare playthroughs back to back to back. It took a toll on my mental stay. Let's phrase it like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, just keep at it. Honestly, this boss he's just fucking insane. He and his sister, Epona and Kishgal, those fights are just insane as Yunica. Just try your best. That's it. Just don't give up. Okay, it's Dallas time. The last boss of Unica's route. He has 3 phases. This is the first phase. He throws out. The first attack is this, but it doesn't track, so he just throws it out in front of him. The second attack are meteors that you need to run away from super fast, right, in order to not get hit. Or you can make use of the guard point. Then he does the first attack, but they home. After that, the meteors, but they stack on top of you, so you can easily just run to the right or left. After that, he sends out a fire wave where you have to run away, or you can use the guard point and stand in between. And after that, it's the icicles where you have to run, double jump, and use your wind spell to dodge. This is the second phase. He puts up a shield. It's always wind, fire, thunder. So, if you want to do this very safe, which is what I do at the third playthrough, in this playthrough I don't really give a fuck. So bring down the shield, then you can damage him, then it's the next shield. The wind shield, it spawns 2 tornadoes. Just run away and then run back in. Like I said, as Yunica, I played super aggressively. I'm not gonna do this as Claw because you can't. But also we have the Spirit Necklace, make sure to equip it. And basically, you want to keep this until the third phase. So if you have the Spirit Necklace at the third phase, you should be Gucci. So you just repeat this over and over and over again. Yeah, the fire phase, he just spawns like these little dragons, but you can just hit them and they die. And the thunder shield, he will spawn like 2 darkness pillars that go like round, round, round. And they cross over each other, right? So if you want to play it safe, run away, dodge, and then you have a window of attack, right? So for example, you would dodge now, attack, dodge, like just focus on dodging, and now you have a big window. Like after he does the ice attack, you have a huge window to attack. So just keep that in mind. And that's honestly the second phase. You just... yeah. Maybe I should do like a hitless one, or I don't know. I'm not doing that, But maybe I should include the time attack one to showcase this better. But there you go. It homes in on you, and it also crosses over. So yeah, as Yunica, I decided to just play it very aggressively. I would honestly recommend playing it safe. So focus on dodging, right? And then you get 1 hit in, run away. I shouldn't even go in here because of the ice attack. But after the ice attack, you have a massive window to attack him. So right now it should be super safe. Right, just ignore that. Keep on attacking, keep on attacking, keep on attacking. Quick dodge, go back in. And third phase. Okay, third phase. You can now, and you have to, kill the 2 demons. When you see that purple thing on the ground, your number 1 priority, I don't care about anything else. Your number 1 priority, run away. Do not get sucked in. Okay? It's very annoying in Nightmare because it sucks you in pretty heavily and you can't press attack because when you run and you attack, you actually get sucked in further. This attack, when you hear the charge up sound, just run to Dallas, right? And if you stick to his side, he can't hit you. Like, you can't get hit. So after the 2 demons go down, his core is exposed and you can damage him. You have to do this 3 times, I think, and then the fight is over. So number 1 priority, if you see the purple thing on the ground, run the fuck away. Because he does like this massive attack where you get crucified. If he charges up, run to him and stick to his side. And that's about it. That's the whole fight. So for now, let's do, since we have reached the first milestone, we finished our first nightmare playthrough as Yunica. So again, I have decided to do the whole lore bit at the very end after Toal's run. But yeah, so let's talk achievements. Let's do a quick follow-up. So if you finish the game as Yunica for your first playthrough on Nightmare, you should have Glutton for Punishment, complete a Nightmare run on any character, you are the best around, complete hard on any character, tough enough, complete the game on normal on any character, average Joe, complete the game on easy on any character, now the gloves come off, complete the game on very easy on any character, minimally exceptional, buy your first upgrade, who needs magic, complete the game as Unica, cryptozoologist, get all entries for all enemies except bosses, the mark of claw, beat the game to unlock Toal, all of the shared bosses should be either at 1 out of 2 or 1 out of 3. Thank you for being a friend. Feed all the rules is also at 1 out of 3, but I don't know if Steam actually shows this, but just for you, it's at 1 out of 3. You've made your point. Complete Nightmare with all 3 is now at 1 out of 3. So next up is Hugo's playthrough on Nightmare. Okay, it's time for Hugo's Nightmare run. Hugo's playstyle is very, very different in that he doesn't play like an East character at all. Even in later games where you have ranged characters, they still sorta feel like a melee character. Hugo straight up is from a Toho game. Like he is shoot 'em up, bullet hell. He blasts you with the eyes of fact. So there's actually a thing that I highly recommend you doing when you play as Hugo, in case you care about your controller and or your fingers or your hand health, and that is I use a program called Joy2Key, and what I did was I mapped a controller button. In my case, R2. It doesn't really matter, right? But in my case, the right trigger to attack. So I mapped it to Y. It could be Z for you, but and it doesn't matter, right? The attack button in game, I mapped it to a different button because otherwise you're just gonna keep mashing and it's too much as Hugo for me personally. So if you want to do that, get a program called Joy2Key and then remap whatever button you wish to the keyboard attack button. Just keep in mind, if you are rapid firing, right, if you hold the button down, you are locked out of jumping. So when you do need to dodge, right, or focus on dodging, just make sure to let go of your attack button and jump. So I thought that was very important to mention here. And otherwise, because I just realized how long this video is actually going to be, um, I'll talk to you when there is important stuff to talk about. So Hugo's wind skill is actually just a shield. It makes you float a little bit. If you play Kingdom Hearts 3, it feels like that. And it also, at level 1 uncharged, it blocks 1 instance of damage. I think though that if, let's say, you get hit for 200, right, it still hits you for like 40 or something, right? But generally, while you're playing, all you gotta remember is it blocks 1 damage, 1 instance. And if you charge it later on, it blocks 2 instances. And then, as for the lore, I did decide to keep it in, so feel free to watch it. But all I'm gonna mention for Hugo specifically is his storyline is more that he's more abrasive, right? Right? He's more rash. He's well, not rash. He's more abrasive. He's on a mission. He also talks that way and carries himself that way. And since he's also of the fact bloodline, his storyline focuses heavily on the nature of power, seeking it, what it should be used for, what you can use it for, and how it can corrupt you. So that's Hugo's full storyline basically in a nutshell. But feel free to read along, see what's happening on the screen. But my voiceover will just focus on the combat. And once we get to the third playthrough, like I said, at the very end, I will do a lore breakdown. Oh my god, this video is gonna be so long. I will do a lore breakdown and show the characters and what they decided to do and how they relate to the later characters. I will do all of that. But yeah, first fight against Epona. So it's actually Yunica and Hugo. It's actually swapped around. So Yunica fights Vergulion the bat first and Epona second. Hugo fights Epona first and Vergulion second. So Hugo against Epona. At this point, I still haven't remapped my key, so it feels kinda off. But yeah, you just wanna shoot, focus on dodging. You can play this as you did with Yunica, or you can be more aggressive. And there's also a trick. Remember, in the description there will be guides. I didn't make use of that, but there's like a trick where you can get her stuck against the wall. But yeah, I didn't feel like doing that. But Hugo, look, even though I'm playing terribly, honestly he's easy mode. Just shoot, keep your shield up, and attack. Yeah, that's it. This scene I just leave in because it kinda hints at them becoming a couple, but you just wait until the lore breakdown. Yeah, honestly I just left it in because of the moonwalk, yeah, what she did right there, and I think she's gonna do it again. I just thought it was funny, so that's that. So, Velegunda, as Hugo, uh, I don't know why, but you don't really do that much damage against him. So just focus on dodging, but the rest is the same, right? If you see the little maggots, kill them, focus on dodging. That's about it. Be careful with your bubble because it messes up your movement, so you can fall off a lot. Um, and then you miss your damage window. Otherwise, what else is there to say? Oh yeah, a very important thing with Hugo. When you have your shield up, right? Don't make contact with the enemy. The shield itself, it actually deals damage, and it deals 1 damage. I don't know if it's a bug, but if your shield makes contact with the enemy and you attack, it actually only triggers the 1. It doesn't trigger your bullets. It only triggers the 1 damage. But that's literally it for this fight. Like, I'm sorry, but there's not much to explain with Hugo. You, in this fight, keep your shield up. If you want to, shoot him, and that's it. Okay, Vegulion as Hugo. Um, because I don't know if honestly, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. I don't know if you just play as Hugo or if it's a range trigger, right? But this will always happen as Hugo. The flaming attack, he does it twice, back to back immediately, and the range is way crazier, right? So either precisely time your jump or jump to the side. Also, when he does his melee attack, he shoots out these flame waves. Be sure to dodge. But again, you're playing as Hugo, so keep shooting, then you focus on dodging, and then you just shoot. That's literally it. Yeah, what can I say? Nightager. Jump, well, charge your trap, jump, detonated. Run, charge your trap, jump, detonated. Just keep doing that over and over and over again. Once he's on the ground, if you're feeling frisky with it, jump on his back and start blasting. But one very, very important thing as Hugo, I honestly think Hugo has way less defense, so do not get hit by his laser attack. I'm just showing the winning run, but if the laser hits you, I think it hit me for like 70 or something crazy. So like 2 hits, you're dead. So keep that in mind. With Hugo, you always want to keep that in mind, but with Hugo specifically, don't get hit by the laser. Make use of your mines. They do wonderful damage. And yeah, that's about it. Okay, so yes, Toal is indeed Hugo's brother, so he is of the bloodline of fact, and he's also the knight who decided to stay back with Toal's over, uh, Freudian slip, with Saul Tover in order to fight back the demons. But he makes it seem like he's working together with him. He did, though, in fact, actually take into him demonic essence. And this is the fight that you can win just flipped instead of Kishgal. You're fighting Toal. You can win this. You have to do this for an achievement, but I'm gonna do that on very easy because you have to do that playthrough with the EX characters anyways, and it's just freaking insane. But yeah, Jabaldi as Hugo plays kinda differently, as in your skills are not really useful in this fight. You don't actually want to use your bubble. I mean, I haven't tried it. You could use it in order to block one hit, but sometimes it still goes through and you just mess everything up. Also, you really wanna have precise movement in this fight, so the floatiness of the bubble will actually make the fight way harder than it should be. So just focus on crisp movement and start blasting. That's about it. Be patient, keep at it, and you should win. Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that because I just chose to let the cutscenes play. But when you pick up the fire sword, right, it the whole power dynamic and how it can corrupt and what is it used for that I mentioned earlier, it starts to really come into play from this point onwards. So while I did decide to leave the cutscenes in because there are differences in them, um, I'm not gonna keep talking about them anymore until we get to the lore breakdown. Genocres as Hugo. As always, keep your shield charged, start blasting, and dodge. That's it. That's it. Don't try to be funny, don't try to be cute. Keep your shield up, shoot him, and dodge. Look, there's a reason why people say Hugo is easy mode in Ys Origin. Because he doesn't play like an Ys character. You know? comes Clad. You have two options. Play it safe, meaning keep your shield up and start blasting. Or you can, if you want to, be a bit more aggressive. Make use of your charged fire skill, place some traps down. It's really up to you. Like, if you're struggling with this boss, just keep your shield up. If you want to be more aggressive, start making use of your spells. But at the end of the day, a couple of tries at most and you should go down. Okay. This fight. There is a strategy that I mentioned before that seems to work for me, but no one else uses it. And also, there's a very important missable achievement that you can or have to get here. So the strategy that I came up with, I don't know if I actually showed in this run or if I came up with that later. Okay, I do it here, yeah. See how I'm keeping to his left? And just charge the trap, release it, detonate it, and just keep doing that. If he decides to do the frontal scythes, do remember to jump though, because it can hit you. Right here, you don't even have to run away. You can just keep to his side. I just didn't clock that until I played as Toal. But yeah, that's literally all you do. Just keep doing this over and over and over again. And I'll explain the achievement in a second. So the achievement. After you defeat the Mantis boss the same way you did as Yunica, you will actually get a short scene where Hugo talks to himself. After that scene happens, right, you accept the demonic power that Dallas gave you and just die. That's all you have to do. Just stand still and let the Mantis kill you. Don't worry, the second phase actually counts like a save point, like a checkpoint. So after you die and the achievement popped up, you retry and do the fight normally. That's it. You're just way stronger now, so just do what you did in the first phase, but even better. Right here we get the burst, but Hugo mentions that it's actually pleasant and doesn't feel threatening. Remember the whole like power dynamic, how it can corrupt, what do you use it for, what even is power, why do you seek it? Yeah, that's why I decided to include it right here. It just seemed like a cute moment, especially after that whole Epona scene. Okay, Kishgal is Hugo. Um, Pretty easy. Not to say that you will always be able to do this first try, but in comparison to Yunica, pretty easy. In comparison to Toal, oh my god. As Toal, this fight is insane. It is so hard. It is so hard because you have zero range capabilities, right? But as Hugo, yeah, just stay away, stop blasting him, keep your shield up. If you feel like it, be aggressive. If you want to play it safe, use your fire magic to get rid of the icicles, icebergs, whatever you want to call them. But like, it's not even funny. If you compare this to Unica or Toad, it's not even funny. It is crazy. So yeah, just literally blast him, run around, keep your shield up, use your burst. Uh, yeah, I talk to you at the next fight. Alrighty, the fight against our brother, Toal Fact. Run around. So this fight is actually not just blast him. What you want to do is put your shield up, focus on dodging, and he has certain openings where you want to really make sure to attack him. So after, for example, his fire spin, attack him. Get back to dodging. Dodge, 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 dodge. After that, attack him. Focus on dodging. Now you can you have to dodge until the animation is over, right? And then attack, so don't just run in. And that's the whole fight, honestly. There's one more attack he has, like the burst. You will see it in a bit. He jumps away, has this huge wind-up time. Just make sure to run to him, right? But like around the edges, kinda. And then stand next to him and blast him, and that's it. Dallas, it is the exact same fight as with Yunica. There is legit no difference. You can either again choose to play it safe, only attack when there's a big window, or you can choose to be aggressive. But yeah, it's literally the same as with Yunica, just easier. Okay, so Toal finally reached his playthrough. He's a very quick, aggressive, melee-based fighter. Think of him like a berserker. He doesn't really play like Yunica, even though they're both melee. Yunica can like take more of a hit. She's a bit more mid-range. She's more of a get-in, do what you want, take a hit maybe. I know I'm playing on Nightmare, so you can't really do that, right? And then get out. Whereas Toll, you get in, you do as much as possible, as quick as possible, and then you have to get out. Like, you don't have a choice. So Toll's wind skill is called Godspeed, and it basically just turns you. You don't get. Well, I don't actually know if you get iframes, but you don't. What am I saying? You just dash forward. Okay, you just dash. You're very quick. That's it. I don't actually like this skill. It's my least favorite wind skill out of all characters. Okay, so right here, I'm just gonna explain the East Origin doesn't have a character entry achievement, but in case you still want to fill it out, you have to talk to the Ruse in your demon form. The reason why I'm explaining this is because the first Rue you meet, don't give him a fruit, or you can do this on your very easy playthrough. But if you give him a fruit, he's gonna disappear. And you don't have your boost mode until after the first boss. So if you're doing this on your Nightmare playthrough, you will have to beat the first boss without a +1 weapon, because this rule gives you the Clarier ore. So I recommend doing this on your EX very easy playthrough. Okay, so boss number 1 for Toal is Galleon, the current commander of the Knights. His moveset, he has a 3-piece combo. You just run away and then you hit him. He has like these weird energy birds that he shoots out. You have to jump over it and then you can get a hit in, but if you want to play it safe, just jump. Then he can shoot out 3 to 4 of these fire waves. Just dash, keep dashing, but you gotta be kinda mindful of your MP. And then once he's reached roughly half health, he has this boost attack. He does a big combo. You wanna jump over him and then keep dodging. I messed that up right there. But you wanna dash over his head and then you attack and then it just repeats. Okay, so for the trap room. On Nightmare, it is very annoying. You basically, what I do here is kinda iffy. But your boost drains super fast, right? So I speed it up for your convenience. You wanna activate your boost, run or Godspeed over, right? Don't try to jump. It's kinda weird. And you're not allowed to leave the room. If you leave the room, the whole progress gets reset. So just play it safe, play it cool, and you should be fine. Okay. Velagunda on Toal. Um, he is way harder on Toal. Not because of your damage or anything like that. He actually works a tiny bit different. So his laser attack is now immediate. So if you remember as Hugo or Yunica, you actually see the wind up and then you can run away, right? As Toal, once you hear the sound, you have to dash away. It's gonna hit you immediately. It's also way quicker, and it lasts for a way longer time. An upside though is, even though I personally don't like Toal's wind skill, you can make very good use of it in this fight. I also don't think I mentioned this in uh, Unica's boss fight because I think I played this one safe. But you have to be very aggressive. So with Toal, his jumping attack actually deals more damage. So you kinda wanna jump attack, jump attack, jump attack, jump attack. It gets, well, it takes some time getting used to, but that is your absolute most DPS rotation that you can do. Okay, Hugo prison fight. He actually, it's a bit weird. His AI, uh, yeah, his coding, the way he works, he doesn't attack you where you are. He tries to predict where you're going to be. So if his shield is down, get in, get a lot of good damage in. Otherwise, just focus on dodging and try to keep in mind it's kind of funky, but like don't think about dodging what's in front of you, because sometimes you can literally just stand still, jump once, and then you can get some free damage in. So it's kind of funky, but it shouldn't take you too many tries, except for his burst attack or like boost attack. Keep your what's it called? Your wind skill charged, your god speed. once he's below 50%. So right now he's charging it up, and then you wanna charge dash away, and then charge dash again after running for a little while. Again, it takes some getting used to, but it shouldn't be too hard. Just keep at it. The good thing though in this fight is that you can get a lot of damage in. You have a lot of opportunities to get some free damage in. Okay, Knight Tilja as Toal. Very annoying, actually. This is my most hated fight as Toal, even worse than a later fight. Because while he's up on the wall, there are some times where you can get a Thunderclaw in, but most of the time, or like in most of your tries, you will just have to wait for him to come down, because you just won't be able to hit him. While you are attacking him, so when he's not rolling around, when he's not doing the roly-poly, use your thunder skill. I don't know why I have my dash skill equipped right now, but just make sure to use your thunder skill, keep it charged while auto-attacking and then release it once fully charged. And when he does the roly-poly, that's when you want to use your wind skill for sure, because it just... Toal can't really take a hit, alright? So, right now, thunder skill, when he does the roly-poly, wind skill, focus on dodging, and that's about it. Same old, same old. Eon. If I remember correctly, this try, I think I did it hitless, but I could be misremembering. You have to keep your Thunder skill charged the whole time, and after his attack, you release it in order to pop his bubble. After his bubble is down, you can attack him freely. As for his moveset, what you saw right there, he's gonna summon a circle underneath you, and it's gonna pop 8 times total. You can just run. You can even stutter step, it doesn't really matter, you can dodge it easily. But it's gonna happen 8 times in total. Then otherwise in his first phase, he's gonna shoot out 3 waves of bullets, well 3 lines of bullets. Just keep moving. You don't have to stutter step, just keep moving in between them. When he does this move, just do a big circle around the arena. And I think that's it for the first phase. Yeah, he has the summon, he has the run around the arena, and the walk in between. Now, once he's at half health, his moveset gets a bit crazier. He still has the summon circle. That's the favorite move, because it's just very easy to dodge. And I have to see on screen. He has 2 moves that are very dangerous. One is a blue laser. You have to jump and wind skill away. And the timing is very precise. You have to run, jump, and before you touch the ground, dash. Is he not gonna do it? Okay, that's fucked up. Because he has 2 dangerous moves. It's the laser one, and then he has like a bullet hell thing where you have to very precisely stutter step. This one is, yeah, very easy. You just stutter step in between. Okay, he didn't do it in this try. That's why I managed to do it hitless. Okay. I have the 3 guides linked in the description. I think they show it off. Right here it didn't happen. Unfortunate, because that's probably the 2 mechanics that people will struggle with the most. But yeah, one is stutter stepping, the other one is timing your dash. Jebalbi as Toal. Your fire skill is your guard point skill. This has iframes. So stand still, fire skill, jump attack his rings. If you feel like the jump attack is too clunky for you, just keep slashing at it, but the fight is gonna take you longer. Don't do the guard down attack like I just did there. You're gonna fall into the lava. Right here, I prefer to stutter step, but you can run. When those guys pop up, make sure to melee them. And that's about it. It's the same fight like with all other characters. Just you deal more damage, but you also take more damage. Kornsglad. Me personally, I actually like taking out the body. Because I don't want to deal with all of his... Frankly, they're bullshit. Bullshit mechanics. So attack his body, then take care of the starfishes. This fight specifically, everyone likes to do this different. Some people prefer using the thunder skill, some prefer using the fire skill. It's like, I'm sorry, but you gotta feel it out for yourself, which one you prefer the most. But yeah, this is honestly just a battle of attrition. Try to get hit as little as possible. Try to take out the body. Don't worry too much about the healing effect because there's not a timer, right? You can take your time. And it's a bit weird where if he heals up, you don't literally have to do the whole fight where it's like a DPS check. You actually get a little bit more time to deal damage. So even if he keeps healing up, you will be able to eventually take out his full health bar. Pictimos, the Grim Mantid as Toal. Only use your fire attack. Forget everything else. Just use your fire attack. It has iframes, it deals good amount of damage, it can hit both body parts. So my strategy is the weird sticking to his side and then releasing the fire attack, the charged one. Make sure to jump when he does the frontal swipe. I messed it up there, but just do that. And as always, when he summons his little guys, ignore them in the beginning. Just kill the boss. Do that like 3 to 4 or 5 times. Yes, it's annoying. It's very annoying on Nightmare, but you have to do it like 4 or 5 times. And at that point, you should either be able to kill him outright, or the minions will be so weak that you're finally able to kill them and then take out the boss. Very, very important for if you're going for the achievements. Right here you get the burst. As Toal, you are not allowed to use your burst until the last and final boss of the game. Minor spoiler, skip ahead roughly 10 to 20 seconds if you don't want to hear it. Minor spoiler, Toal has a different end boss. There's a true ending, there's a true boss. This is the canon route. Dallas is not the final boss, so don't use your burst against Dallas, okay? After Dallas, the achievement will pop, and then you are free to use the burst. Spoiler over. Kishgal. The only real tip I have, because this fight is legit, there are a couple of fights in this game where it is literally RNG. Like, you can't learn the boss perfectly because sometimes it's just bullshit. Against Kishgal, you always want to keep your fire skill charged and try to use it, like time it against his attacks, so you get as much iframes as possible while dealing as much damage as possible, clearing out the ice pillars, and just keep at it. Sooner or later you will be able to beat him. That's the only real advice I can give. Whenever you have boost, not burst, remember, not burst, boost, use it because your fire damage will exponentially, oh my god, exponentially explode, way more damage, way more iframes, just a plus overall, all across the board. Zava. Okay. She's the same as always. Her fucking sword move is so annoying because sometimes you can just run and dodge, and sometimes you still get hit. But for this whole fight, I recommend, again, same with Kishgal, only using your fire move. Don't... Well, you can use the thunder move against when she goes into the head, but I would still even then recommend using the fire move. The iframes are just way too good to pass up on, but that's about it. Stay calm, keep at it, fire move, get in melees when you can, focus on dodging. You want to keep your HP as high as possible throughout the whole fight, and that's about it. Okay, before we finally reach the summit, we have to face our brother one more time. It's literally the same fight, just with more. So he has more eyes of fact, meaning more bullets, more mines, more defense down attacks, more dodging, more everything. But yeah, me personally, again, fire move is your friend. Wait until the shield is down, go in, melee, fire move, get out, and that's it. Dallas. Same exact fight. He doesn't have anything new. You have to be more careful though, because the Goddess Ring, while it gives you some very nice, beautiful buffs, there is no resurrection feature in this item. It does not resurrect you once from death, meaning your HP bar is your HP bar for the whole fight. Alright? So honestly, as Toal, I would recommend not doing this like I did as Yunica and Hugo, where I played way more aggressive. I would honestly recommend playing it safe. So right here you see me running all the way to the bottom, right? And then I have a nice window to attack, and then I go in. I'm waiting, focus on dodging, nice window, go in, get out. So yeah, as told, it's the same fight. You just have to play it more safe and only go in when you have a very good window to do so. Because otherwise, by the third phase, your HP will just be too low. lastly, the last boss of the game, the true final boss, Pain Fact merged with the Black Pearl, Darm, is created. Oh my god, man, this fight. Ugh. Oh my god, on Nightmare. It is terrible. Wake me up. Okay, so he has body parts, right? He has his arms, he has his body. You have to destroy each part, not necessarily, but the pearl is in one body part, and you don't know at which part, so you have to destroy it all. In this phase, when his legs are stretched out, you wanna stand to the left and attack through, because you'll hit every body part. So this is actually my preferred phase of the fight. In the black phase, this is the red phase. This is the same phase you start the battle in. So he can swipe you off the map. He can throw down that hand and it shoots out electric orbs. He can summon lightning and then a shit ton of balls spread out. He can shoot like a Kamehameha out of his torso. And that's about it. It's very annoying, it's a lot, it deals a lot of damage, but this phase is not complicated. The phase that you saw before this one, you can smack the ground 3 times, releasing massive shockwaves, and stab his spear into the ground, releasing again shockwaves. This phase, he uses his tentacle to spin around. Honestly, focus on dodging when he does this one. Just focus on dodging. When he does the one where they overlap, you're skipping jump ropes, that's when you can attack. He can create like a sigil on the ground. Hopefully it's showed in this video. You just jump and attack. When he does this one, you can literally just stand still. It's not gonna hit you. And once he's below roughly 40%, it's still the same, but there will be a purple orb every second attack that will home in on you. So just keep in mind you have to move more. You can't just stand still, you have to move more. And then in the last phase, pay very, very, very close attention to his hand. Whichever hand he raises, that's where he will shoot out a massive, massive beam. And that's about it. Otherwise, refer to the written guides. Yeah, look, it doesn't matter how much I explain to you, this fight will still take you many tries on Nightmare. It is what it is. This fight is just insane. But it is a very nice send-off to this beautiful game. Okay, let's finally talk a little bit about the lore. So, about 6 months before the events of East Origin, a horde of demons led by the Darkling began to invade the land of East. This, however, wasn't just a mindless attack, but seemed extremely coordinated, planned, and seemed to target things like the Black Pearl specifically. It led Rhea and Fina to believe that there's a traitor amongst their midst, and it had to be someone of a high rank. The attack was too much for the priests, magicians, and knights to handle, so they retreated to Solomon Temple. In a desperate attempt to keep these people safe, the twin goddesses used the power of the Black Pearl to tear the temple from the ground and raise it into the heavens, away from the ever-growing threat below. This was only possible because two knights decided to stay behind and fend off the demon invasion, while East was being raised into the sky. These two knights were Soltover and Toal. They did their best, but eventually they got too tired to keep fighting. Soltover fell in his third duel against Kishgal, whereas Toal got taken into their ranks after accepting some demonic essence. He wasn't executed on the spot, since we learn at the end of Toal's route that those were orders from his father Cain Fag to the leader of the Darklings, Dallas. But of course Cain didn't do this out of love, but rather to test how well a member of the Fag bloodline reacts to the demonic essence. After all, his goal is to fuse the Black Pearl and become Dharm. After this, the demons built Dharm Tower as a conduit to channel the Black Pearl's power and also to perform a ritual to rip it from the sky, since the Black Pearl is using a certain amount of said power to keep East afloat. Dallas seeks to let East crash down so that the Pearl can once again be in power. Rhea and Fina decide to take the Black Pearl and go into Dharm Tower to seal it, thus ending all magic and demons along with it. They do this in the middle of the night without telling anyone, since again, they knew of a traitor. The next day though, a search party is immediately formed consisting of the knights, led by Commander Galleon, the priests, led by Head Priest Shion, and the mages, led by Cadena. Toal is tasked with scouting the tower and finding the twins alongside the Black Pearl. His reward, promised by Dallas, is that after the ritual is done, he is free to deal with the twins as he pleases. On floor roughly 3 to 4, he meets Galleon, who is obviously surprised but happy that Toal is actually still alive, but fights him since Toal is still acting as if he's actually working with the Darklings at this point. The reason Toal does this for so long is because his goal is to become strong enough with the demonic essence to take in the Black Pearl, then commit suicide to destroy it permanently. Think of him at this point like someone who pushes everyone away because he thinks it will make it easier on them if they despise him. Galleon, after being defeated, runs off and promises to make Toal remember who he is. After this, Toal meets Yunica, who assumes that Toal is the one who killed her dad in the duel and decides to attack him, obviously getting smacked down in the process. After taking care of Velagunda, Epona asks if Toal has a brother, confirming that they met somewhere in the lower floors, since all of the 3 routes are happening at the same time, but only the stuff that happens in Toal's one is the canon run, right? The thing that actually happened. In the flooded prison, Hugo catches up with Toal and reveals that the main reason Cain Fag sent him here is to kill Toal. On floor 11, Toal finally meets Fina and wants her to come without resisting. Father Shion interrupts, and after the battle, the knights also show up, leading to the Darklings, teleporting to Rados Annex. Where Dallas imprisons Fina, she hands Toal the silver harmonica. Afterwards, Toal picks up Tova's Lotus Blades and finds Yunica collapsed in the Devil's Corridor and carries her to safety, and also handing her father's greatsword. Remember, like, Yunica didn't actually get the silver harmonica, Toal is the one that got it, right? But she still decided to rush through Devil's corridor, and obviously she collapsed. Canonically, a short while after this, Hugo is the one to destroy the pipes with the hammer, allowing the search party to pass through unharmed. In the sand area, Toal finally meets Rhea, who wishes to get the harmonica back since it's needed to steal the Black Pearl, but Toal refuses to hand it over the sentimental gift if it's only gonna be used as a simple. After pleading with Toal to leave this matter in the twins' hand, since they know of what Toal's plans are to do, she leaves with the Black Pearl in tow. After taking care of Consklad, another demon general that attacked East, the brothers have another heart-to-heart, but immediately after, Hugo gets tempted by Dallas and Zava and caves in, taking in some demonic essence. Remember the whole, like, fact, power, the purpose of it, don't let it corrupt you, like Bewaring its corruption bit. Yeah, like, this is where it, explores that further canonically. Further up the tower, Dallas, Zava, and demonic Hugo manage to beat Toal and take Rhea into custody. And at this point, Toal starts to officially work together with the search party. Toal fights Kishgal simply because Kishgal lives to fight and won't let him continue otherwise, but after losing he unleashes all of his demonic power, but just in time the knights arrive and take over the fight from here on out. Toal continues and faces Zava, angering her by explaining how strong of a magician Hugo actually is and how big his potential actually is, saying that he can easily surpass Dallas. After the fight, she summons a massive amount of demons, but Galleon and Cadena take over from here, allowing Toal to continue further. Just before the summit, Epona is trying to snap Hugo out of his demonic rampage, but just barely fails to do so, so Toal has to beat him up a little bit, and finally he snaps out of it. He hands Toal the goddess's ring before tending to Epona's. At the summit, Toal officially reveals his plan to Dallas, and after some talking, the fight begins. Once Dallas is defeated, Kane Fact reveals himself and admits to him leading the Darklings and demons from the shadow and telling them about the Black Pearl, where it's held, the weak points of East, when to attack, and the likes. He also reveals that the only reason the Darklings didn't execute Toal is because he wanted to see how well the Fact bloodline can handle the demonic essence. He fuses with the Black Pearl, becoming Dharm and Toal with its Claria sword, and blessed by the twins begin their fight. Toal emerges victorious, but the battle left him fully drained and his strength obviously isn't enough to destroy the Black Pearl, so the twins give up their wings and go into a deep sleep to seal the Black Pearl until one day a hero from the outside arrives, and with his help they shall finally be able to fully seal the Black Pearl. The current one is permanent. But for now, magic and demons are gone, and since Kishgal, Dallas, and Zava let the demonic essence take over, they perished, whereas Toal and Epona only got their demonic powers essentially sealed. Toal, Galleon, Cecilia, Cadena, Shion, Ramona, Eolia, and Dino return to East and Sky, but before that, Toal leaves some insurance in the form of his Claria sword under the Rhoda tree for Adel to find them. Whereas Roy, Yunica, Miusha, Hugo, and Rico Gemma decide to stay on the ground to help rebuild. While it's never fully confirmed, we can confidently guess that Yunica and Roy marry, continuing the Tova bloodline. Hugo either goes with Epona or Miusha, maybe both, leading to separate fact lines like Dark Fact and Key Fact. And Rico either marries Miusha or a local ass, continuing the Gemma bloodline. Again, none of these are really confirmed, but the bloodlines had to continue. East 1 and 2 happened, but leave it up to your headcanon, and with that, East already comes to an end. And I want to thank you, fellow adventurers, for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Take care, don't get bullied. Next adventure.